as always. After the ad, as always. Oh, I gotta turn up my volume mixer real quick, or I won't be able to hear it. I have it turned down because I have a timer that's gonna go off in an hour. Alright, sound check 1, 2. Cool, sounds good. Alright. That's all good. Okay. Alright, so this time, or this stream, I think I might have to stop in about an hour, but we'll see. If I do, shouldn't take too long, I can come back. See what happens. This stream I want to definitely continue working through the Svelte tutorial at the end of the stream. I really liked it last time and I want to continue with it. I made one small change off stream and I had to do a styling. So all it was is this button hover focus caused the button to, if you clicked on it and then clicked away from it, or if you clicked on it and then moved away from it or something, it would stay the same color. I didn't want that. This is what it was like before. I'm gonna do undo a bunch of times or redo or whatever, and this is what I ended up with. So that the hover state is this color, the darker color. The active state, which is you know, when you click on it, is the same color as the normal when you don't click on it and it's not active. And the focus, I just removed the outline as always. So if I save that, go back, it's going to be exactly how I want it, to where it's dark. When you click, actually, active, I probably want dark as well. Let's see. So I could probably combine these styles. Let me double check this is correct. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So I'll combine these. Had that a little bit wrong, I guess. Okay, and see if it still works. Yeah, perfect. I guess if active should be a little bit darker, but or some sort of indication that you just clicked on it. Actually, let's do that. Let's not be too lazy about that. Material UI colors. And I am using teal for that color. So which one am I using? 0796. This one, so I'll have it be even darker. Just slightly. We could even go really, let's try this first. So let's actually separate those again and change this slightly darker when you click on it. Let go. Yeah, that's good. Perfect. Alright. So that looks good. That's one thing I changed. Another thing I changed, didn't do anything, although maybe it'll help in the future, is I did this box sizing border box. You might have seen it with just the selecting everything. Border box, like that. Which basically includes the margin padding, all that inside of the size of the element, the width and the height. But otherwise, it's just, I think it's called content box or content something, where it's just the content is included in the width and height. But anyways, so I did that, but I looked up a article that explained the better way to do that now is to do this, so I use that. They talk about vendor prefixes. I'm not concerned right now about this. I'm just going to stick with the universal or whatever prefix. Hopefully it works. I'll deal with vendor prefixes later if I need to. Alright, so that's good. Those are the changes I made there. Oh yeah, and then I already talked about the button, right? Yes. And the reason I did that is because I still can't figure out quite what's going on, but basically this container here of this thing that contains the inputs, the input box and the button has a height of, as you can see, 46 pixels, and the buttons, or the input box has a height of 46 pixels. The button has a height of 46 pixels. I thought that was because of the box sizing was not border box, but I don't know what's going on, why this is not as tall basically as the input box. I'm going to leave it for now, try to figure that out later. If anybody in chat has an idea, please let me know. Pretty terrible at CSS, so. So that's what I was trying to fix. It did not help, unfortunately. But I'm going to leave that and move on. So another thing I was looking at off stream a little bit was, actually, you know what? I'm going to take a tangent here for a little bit and then come back to the actual project. I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent. First of all, that should be responsive, but I'm not going to deal with that right now. Okay, so I wanted to talk about how I'm doing authentication here. So I'm doing it basically all through the client, right? Like if you try to access the database, you authentic, or the authorization is handled all through the client, and then when you reach out to Firebase, it verifies all of that. So that's one method. But say you were you're using, say, let's say handlebars to render your server side, or whatever, React, I guess you can do it as well, to render your pages and then send them to the user when you load the page. And you have a traditional server where you're serving up pages as the user goes to them, and you want to protect certain routes to where you require authentication. If the user's not authenticated or authorized to view that page, then you would not send them that page's markup. The way I'm doing it here is all of the markup is basically being sent to the user right now, and then it just shows and hides the markup, basically. All of it's being sent through these script tags through JSX, and then it's being inserted into the page when the appropriate time happens. So that's one way to do it. That's client-side rendering. But say you were doing the server-side rendering, how would you deal with that authentication? It's a little bit different than what I'm doing, because all I'm doing here is I'm authenticating when you click on the sign in with Google. And what I found out, researching a little bit, is it doesn't store anything really in local storage, session storage, except when you first sign in. So, what? I'm not sure why it's doing that. Anyways, I'll have to look at that error later. But, so if you first sign in, you saw it stored some stuff in local storage and whatnot, but now it's all gone, right? Once you sign in, it's all gone. And it's not, is it in cookies? I think there's some stuff in cookies, but initially when you sign in, there's some information in cookies. I'm not sure what all of this is. It is all done through Google. But if I refresh the page, all of that's gone. So traditional authentication, you would give your username and password to fill out a form and then send that to the server. The server would say, would run that username and password through a function and verify that it matches up with the hashed or encrypted password in the database. And then if it does, it stores, it sets a cookie and on your on the client. So then a cookie would be stored in the client, which would be the web browser. And then every time you try to go to a page, it would read that cookie and say, okay, this is the token. Oh, sorry, I didn't explain the cookie. The cookie is like some sort of token or identifier, and identifying who you are. And then every time you would go to a page, so say you would go to like /game/1 or something like that, then it would say, it would determine if it would send that cookie with each request, and then it would look at it, say this is the user. First of all, is he authorized to view that page? There's a little bit more into it, but and then it would send you back the page and whatnot and the data required. So that's one way to do it. The way this is all working is that there's no cookies or anything stored here, right? There is, however, in IndexedDB, if you drill down into it, basically it's a local storage, and it contains some information that Firebase uses. Now, what this does is it interacts with, or somehow the Firebase SDK on the client side uses this to authenticate you with Firebase services, right? Like the Firebase database, Firebase Firestore, etc. Probably Google services as well. I don't think that you can. I don't think this is sent with each request that is not through the Firebase SDK. So I'm pretty sure this information is not. If you send like a request to your own custom server, say it's running Node.js, you can't dig into the request and find this information. So you would need to go with the cookie route in that sense. So what you would need to do is and they talk about it too. If in I'll just pull it up real quick. Firebase auth, and inside of authentication admin, under manage, is it user sessions? I think it's cookies actually. Yeah, it's cookies. So this is the process you would go through when the user signs in. You would get an ID token. This is all on the client side, and then you would send this to a server, right? And then on the server, see, this is Node.js now. Before it was the client side. That's weird. Anyways, you'd send this to a server, and then the server would do these things. It would create the cookie, which would store it on the client side, and then when you make requests to a certain route, you would you would check the cookie, etc., and see if it verifies, and do all this stuff. So it's a little bit different, a little bit more complicated, but it might be something I might do in the future for this app. I don't see a need for it. I'm pretty much going to use all Firebase. I'm going to use all Firebase functions, etc. So as long as you stay within the Firebase SDK, then it should be fine. And I could just do all client-side authorization through the SDK. I believe. We'll see. See how this works. And I did read a little article. I want to pull up Firebase talking about this. That's weird. I gotta look up my bookmarks. I don't know where it is. So I read both of these things. I'll open up both of them real quick, and then I'm gonna move on after this to the actual working on the app. I'll talk about what my plan is for this stream and move on. Let me see something real quick. Okay, we're good. All right, so I was reading this. Is there a simple way to do this? Basically, it directed me to managing cookies. And then I read this article, which is by a software engineer at Google, so he probably knows what he's talking about, and he talks about this whole thing. So if you want to look into it, there's the URL. He basically talks about everything I just talked about in more detail. So he uses, it's Python in the server side, but it would work very similar with like Node.js. I want to point out too, also on the server side, you want to be using, from everything I read, the admin SDK. You don't want to use the web SDK, and they even say that here somewhere. I'm not going to find it right now, but basically you want to use the admin SDK for a Node.js server, etc. All right, moving on. So my another thing as far as this, what I want to accomplish in this stream, hopefully, is that you should be able to, first of all, it's going to show a different element here, not an input box, because we learned last stream that you cannot disable input boxes and then click on them. So that method's not going to work. I'm going to show an element that's basically the same size as an input box, kind of looks like a disabled input box, and show if you want to chat, you need to sign in, and then you can click on that, and it'll pop up a modal, which we created last time. That would a modal that would allow the user to not sign up or sign in, but to create a username, because you can. I was thinking about that too. Why do I even have? Oh, actually, yeah. So the sign in, sign out is separate. That is just so that you can. I don't want just guest users basically accessing my app. I want you to be able to authenticate some way. So you have to sign into Google, but then once you sign in, you have to make a username, right? And that's going to be associated with your profile. So that's the plan. I do want to pre-populate the, I guess there'll be an email field, maybe. No, there's not going to be an email field, never mind. So it's going to pre-populate it with the email you sign in with, but I don't need to worry about that. Anyways, when you click on this, it's going to have you sign up for an account where you create a username. That username is going to be stored in Firebase. I would like to store those kind of things not in Firebase, but I'm sticking with Firebase for this project. I would like to use like a SQL database for any sort of storage, to be honest. But anyways, we're going to store everything in Firebase, and then in Firestore specifically. And then the goal is to display the username. For this stream, the goal is to display the username when you send a message through chat that you signed up with. Also verify that you can't create a username that already exists. So that is the goal for this stream. We'll see what happens. Probably won't get to all of it, but anyways. A little bit of research I did about, because the modal is going to contain a form, and that form, I want you to be able to get the inputs out of it. So you can just reference each input individually and get that information from a form, or you can just grab everything from the form at once and go with that route. So there's several ways to do that. jQuery has a serialize method, also a serialize array method that you can use to serialize form data into an array and whatnot. I'm not going to use jQuery for this project, so that was out. So I want to look at how to do it in plain JavaScript. So this guy created a serialize helper function that you can use. I'll open that real quick, show that. And basically it does some stuff, but basically it reads from form elements, right? So form.elements, and it reads it and it gets all of the information. So I might do that if I need to, because I don't want to use this code, because I'm trying to do a lot of this stuff from scratch. But if I need to refer back to it, I'll keep that over here. But I think what I can do is I was looking up another way to serialize forms to get the data from them. And I found this, which says basically you could use form data maybe. So I'm going to look into that, see if that's an option. So I have the form data information pulled up here, and we'll see if that works. And yeah, go from there. Oh, another thing too, I made a note. At some point, maybe not now, I want to add passwordless authentication. So you would right now I have the sign in with Google button where you click on it and then you enter your password for Google if you're not already signed in, whatever. I also want to enable a way to have it so it'll send you a link to your email, and then the link to the email will sign you in, which is also an option through Firebase Authentication, and it is called email link authentication. So I want to possibly do that at some point. That'd be pretty cool. But I have a note to that. But more importantly, I was using event prevent default on the submit button on the form, or the button that's associated with the form, when honestly you can just use event prevent default on the form submit itself, which is where I'm going to get the information for the form data. So that's the route I'm going to go for that. Alright, so now we can actually start doing some stuff. Alright, so the first thing I want to do is assume that they're not signed up for now, just so I can create the UI really quick. So I think I have something already set up for that. Let's see, I swear I had something for that. Button. Send message button. Oh, another thing I thought of is I need to be consistent too. I mean, I have camel case here for this, which I did because it's easier. I don't have to use the square, the brackets to reference an object property, but I think I'm going to stick with this because I'm used to creating classes that have I think it's called snake case, where you have dashes in between instead of the camel case. So I think I'll stick with that. Send message button. Does that even have styles? It does, but I'm not using it currently, so I'm not going to worry about that. Oh yeah, so I remember what that was. I was doing flex 2 on that, and then flex 8 on the chat input, and that was kind of dumb because if you stretch the screen out, this would take basically 20%. This would take 80% of the width of the container, and I just want this to this can just be 1. This will take the remaining 100% of the container, not including the width of this button. So that's what I want. So we can just get rid of that style. And where are we at? Chat. Just get rid of this. It's commented out anyways. And then double check it still looks okay, and it does. All right. So I wanted to show a different element again that looks like an input box, or it looks like my input box. So let's do that. First of all, the input box is here. And do I have, so has username is false. So I'll do a conditional here. Has username, then it will show the input box. And otherwise show something else. What's wrong here? No corresponding closing tag. Oh, okay. Alright. So it should show just test right now, and it does. Okay. So what I want to actually show is sign up. We'll call this class of, let's grab this, chat box, chat message sign up or something. Is that right? Chat sign up. Let me think about the design really quick. So if I look here, do I really want to? Yeah, because I want to show the chat. I don't want to have like something over the chat. I want to actually show the chat, and then down here is where it'll say to sign up. Okay. That's weird. That gives me some Default styles. Oh, no, I don't know what happened there. Okay. So I want that to have similar styling to this, sort of. It's gonna have flex 1. What do I call it? Sign up. Chat sign up box, we'll say. Alright. It's gonna have similar styling. Let's see what it looks like right now. It looks basically the same, which is perfect. Border radius 5. So yeah, if I just use the same styling, we're good. And then it's gonna have like a background actually of like grayed out a little bit. So background, and I can steal that from the modal, which is right here. Without thinking too hard about it, steal that. See what that looks like. It's a little dark. I want it a little bit lighter, so let's go with 15. See what that does. That's pretty good. And this will say, the text of it will be sign up to, or create username. Create username to chat. And then this will go away. The placeholder will be type a message or something. We'll just do that here, type a message. Whatever, dot dot dot. What's going on here? Curly braces are unnecessary, fine. Okay, I had this on click, I was testing that out just to see if it was disabled, if you can click on it, and you can't, so get rid of that. We'll see how this looks. Create username to chat. And this will have a cursor pointer. So cursor, throw it up here, pointer, and select. How do you do user select none? I don't want you to be able to highlight any text in there. So you can just click on it, and then also too, this button should be disabled. On click, send button should be disabled. Disabled equals has username. I think it needs to be the opposite actually. Yeah. If you don't have username, that's disabled. So it doesn't look quite right because of the styling. Also, on my button, I need to get rid of the user select, get rid of that as well. So you can't highlight text on the button. So I think send chat message. So yeah, that actually is working because you can see. Actually, yeah, it's working because it's not sending messages. This isn't increasing. And if I take this off, it should. Yeah. So it's actually disabled, but that being said, it doesn't look disabled. So I need to fix that somehow. Or I can just hide it completely. I don't know. Right now, I'll leave it to do note here. Or I'll just make a note. I'll ignore that for now. It is technically disabled, so I guess that's okay. I'll just leave it as is. If I want to change it later, I'll look at it and decide. Alright, so create username to chat, and that should pop up the modal. So this will have an on click. On click. And then the function it will run will be which one? Handle modal close. It will be. Is this called? Did I just call this handle modal close? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Actually, we'll call this close modal. Alright, so what do I want to do here? I want to show the modal to sign up with a for a username. So it'll basically just set the state of modal to show to true. I'll put that in line for now and break it out later maybe if I need to, or it makes sense. So this dot set state. What is it called? Modal show. True. What does it say? Glitching out on me. See if this helps. Visible non-interactive elements. Why is this considered non-interactive? How about a button? Button. Type equals button. Does it look the same? Yes. Would that have taken care of my other issue? Of the modal that I had yesterday. I could have just said button instead of div roll button. That's okay. We'll leave it for now. Alright, so you click on it and it shows the modal. Perfect. And this modal will have the user sign up form. So, or username creation form. So let's throw that inside of here. Create username form. And it's going to have, as usual, the styling in the JS file. Okay, import React. Oh, whoops, wrong page. I'll start out with create username form. Okay, and create username form, import React, export default function. Whoa, what happened there? Create username form, return, for now it'll be a form, no action, but we'll ignore that for now. And for now it'll just have a single input colon text. Actually, let's do that times 5. Bunch of text inputs, I guess. Alright. It's good. And now I want to show that inside of the modal. So So where are we at here? Oh no, that's fine. So this will be in here. This will be create username form and auto imported. So let's see what this looks like. Okay, cool. All right, so I am going to create a component, I think, out of this input, wherever it is, because I'm going to use it several times. Why does this have an ID, by the way? I don't want an ID. Actually, that doesn't really matter. I just want that styling encapsulated inside of a, oops. So let's create it inside of components. This will be form, we'll just make a form folder. I was going to say form elements, but we'll just say form, inputs.js, oops, yeah. Wait, did I just delete form? No, there it is. So in here, let's make a input folder with input dot module.css and input .js and throw import React and export default function input and throw this in there, return. Okay, and then this will take the props and just let me grab all these from here. Just let's take all the props and throw them in there. And props. Okay. It has to manage its own. Let's change this to a input. Okay. And then I gotta import that. Import input from form input. Okay, let me grab or make an index for this. Wait, did I put that in the right place? No. Okay, export default from form. Nope, input. Input. Okay. Back to the chat. What's wrong here? Do I just need to resave? Yes. Okay. So we have our input. There's one problem. Oh yeah, it manages the value. Actually, this is fine. On key change. On change, handle, message change. Yeah, I think this is fine. Just to test it out, let's turn this to true. Okay, everything's working. All right, because I'm going to reuse that input for the forms, the form. Create username form, and then wait. How is this? Oh, it got auto. Let's get rid of this and create an index. Got auto imported. I was wondering how that worked. All right. And then the form needs to have the inputs. Let's close all this. So these will be inputs instead. I don't know there's going to be that many inputs, but we'll do it. Do 3 for now. I think there's just going to be a username. What else would there be when you create a username? I don't know. Label. So I could create a separate label for the input, but I'm just going to make that a prop where it could be JSX, or should it be JSX? Yeah, it could be JSX or a string. If it's a string, it'll create it. Actually, I'll just make it a string for now. So we'll do label. This will be username. I think I'm only gonna have one. And then import input from form / input. Alright, let's see what it looks like for now. Oops. Let's go back to the chat and make the user false for now. Okay. Oh, why does that look like that? Weird. Input. Oh, wait. Did I not do any sort of styling? That's right, I didn't do any sort of styling. So we're gonna grab this. And throw it inside of the input. This will be just input, I think. And what do we have here? Gotta go back and fix everything. So chat, class name no longer applies. I guess it'll have an ID and a name. Definitely need a name, but ID I'm not sure about. That's fine, all that's fine. Okay. Input, let's see. Does it look right? No? Okay. So I need to go in input and do class name. Styles.input. And import styles from input.module.css. Okay, that should fix things. Yeah, and we got our input box. Perfect. I don't. It's interesting. How do you deal with that? Like, I want to override the styles using CSS modules, but I want to keep the initial styles. I think I would just add on to that. No. I don't know. Let me console log styles.input. What does that look like? It's just the name of the class. So I know I can do inline overrides. I don't necessarily want to do that. I basically want this to have flex 1. Wait, actually now that I'm thinking about it, why does that not take up the full width? Oh, because it's not, no, it's fine, we're good. I'm still interested in how to do that, but when it comes to it, I'll do it. That's just the default width. So if I want to take up the full width, I'd have to throw flex 1 on, I mean, I would have to make this a flex box. Whatever I'm using. Okay, so let me think here. So yeah, it has this. Oh, I want to get that label working. Okay, so if they give you a label, then it shows a label above. If they don't, then it does not. By they, I mean me. Nobody else is gonna use my components. Okay, return. We're gonna return a fragment because I don't want to create an extra div for no reason. And that fragment is going to contain a label, maybe, and an label for HTML4 equals, we'll do tests for right now, that's not going to work, and then label text. Let's just see how this works, or looks. Oh, it has to have an ID as well. Interesting. Okay. But it shows. That's good. ID equals, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to take the ID. So I'd have to take the ID passed in and like append label to it, I guess. But there would have to be an ID passed in. So every time you create a weird. So why does it have to have an ID? Let me see something. Oh, here we go. Form label must have all the following types of associated control. Oh, it's talking about this. Okay. This is what I was trying to do anyways. No? Form label. Form label must have all of the following types of associated control. Nesting and ID. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of nesting. Oh. So I need to wrap it in a label. Okay. There we go. So it doesn't need to have an ID. Let's see if this works. If I click on it, it does nothing. HTML4 test ID test. Oh, there's multiple IDs of tests on the page now. Okay. So let's get rid of this actually. This would be prompts.id. Must use destructuring. I'll deal with that in a second. Well, it still doesn't work. Why is that? So the ID is missing and the 4. Oh, because I got rid of the ID. Duh. Okay. Or did I? No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Wait. Chat message input. I didn't get rid of it. But it doesn't have an ID. Oh no, that's not for the modal. That would be down here. That's in the create username form. ID equals test. There we go. Name equals test. Got mixed up there. Cool, that works. I'm a little bit bothered by the this border is showing up now for some reason. I think I know why. Oh, it's because I forgot to include this. So what's this in here? Change this to dot input, and we should be good to go. Cool. All right. What else? I think it's a good time to take a break. Don't think anybody's actually watching anyways. So I will do that. I'll be back. Oops, that looks terrible. I need to have a black message as well. I'll just throw it on this. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna be kind of eating a little bit. I'll try to mute it, but anyways, alright, so where are we at? So you click it, opens up the modal. What do we want to do here with the modal? Let's get this, I guess this interface working for the input box to where if it, I don't like that. I don't like how when you do that, oh, I guess how did that work? Let me get rid of this message. There we go. So when you click out of it, I'm not gonna deal with that right now. I was using like I forgot what website it was. It was a large website, big time website that had the same issue. So I'm not gonna deal with it right now. I don't think it would be that hard to deal with, but I'm gonna focus on finishing this modal with sign up. So first of all, the label is going to be a username, and wait a second. Wait, where am I at? Oh, here we go. Label text. That's what it's showing. So I want it to show. First of all, let's throw this in a conditional because apparently I have to have it wrapped, so it has to be a little bit repetitive, I think. Const label equals props, and then if label, then we'll say label text. If label text, I guess I have to change it here as well. If label text, then it shows this. What's wrong there? Otherwise, it shows just the input box without the label. And this will be label text. And this would be ID. And get rid of this. And then the input itself would get the ID through the prompts. So we're good there. See if it works. No. I never saved this. Username. And if I give it nothing, or I just change this prop name, we get nothing. Cool. Try it again, make sure that the HTML4 works. It does. Sweet. With timer going off. Hold on, let me set that up, or reset that. Now I'm going to mute the mic just for a second to finish this food, but I'm going to keep working. I'm seeing if this will take on multiple class names coming from the prompts and the defaults. I guess I can combine them. Oh, I already have class name, styles button. Let me see. Yeah, I definitely don't want to do that. I want to actually append it. So it's going to be styles button and then append. Oh no, this isn't. Oh yeah, that's fine. And then it's going to be plus. This is going to be a template string. Oops. And this is going to be styles button. Plus. Not plus. And then appended with the class name. That's how you would do it, right? Oh, this is also a variable. Let's see if that actually does it. So it's not working. Or is it? Let me see. I just get testing. Why is it not appending it? Class name. Oh, because of this. Shoot. So I just need something like this, I think. Rest. And then throw in rest. Or we'll call it other prompts. I think that'll work. Yeah, there we go. Whoops, what is this? React does not recognize label text. Prop on a DOM element. Oh, did I put label text? Or where is that? That is in chat. No, it's in here. Create user form, label text, username, and then if I go to input. Ah, okay, so I need to do basically the same thing I was just doing. Because, yeah. So we have other prompts. I should call it rest prompts or something. And then same thing here, rest prompts. No. Alright. Shouldn't get any warnings now, hopefully. Cool. So this is just going to have some padding. Or some margin. Class name is going to be... I'll do it like Bootstrap, screw it. MT5, MT... This will actually be an amount of pixels, 20. Can't think of a better way at the moment. I know they don't have pixels there, but that's fine. I'll just throw util.css. MT this is awful. Let's say empty2 has a margin top of 20 pixels or something. This should be whatever with EMs, but I'll do pixels for now. And then it's not going to work because I didn't import it. Oops. We want index. There we go. Good enough, I guess. Looks like shit, but that's okay. I'll give this some... I'm trying to get it functional, and then I'll make it... I mean, I don't want it to look like really bad, but I want to make it mostly functional and then fix it up later. Let's see. Box, I don't know, yeah, border radius. We'll give it 2. We'll give it 2, yeah, that's fine. Let's give it some rounded corners. Alright, cool. Good enough. Username and then create. We have a little form and hopefully it works. So the create button is also going to close the modal, so I need to figure that out. So create username form. So this will have like an on submit from our chat. On submit equals handle username form submit. And is this a class component? Yes, I always forget that. Handle create username form submit. Really long name. It's okay. Dang it, can't type. Username form submit. Okay. Alright, let's get this hooked up. So it has an on submit. And we'll just pass the on submit along. On submit. We'll pass it along to this. On submit. Oops, this will be on click. Actually, no, it's going to be on the form. What am I doing? Form on submit equals on submit. Okay. And then is this gonna work right? What is a button? Type button. I guess we'll find out, right? Let's see. Not quite. Let's throw it on an on click and just make sure it's hooked up properly. Okay, so it is passing it down properly. It's just not doing the on submit form. Why not? Because this button doesn't actually submit the form, that's why. Probably because I did type button. Just temporarily see. Yeah, that worked. Um, hmm. What are the different options? I think it tells you. I'll just look at this. Oh, okay. So I want to change it to submit. Type equals. So if I do type or button, and then type what we got in here. What's up with this? Undefined. Why is that undefined here, actually? I mean, how does it know that? Let's try this. Type. No, it doesn't know. Why is that undefined? What's this? It's weird. What if I just do props.type? How about this? Because it could be undefined, maybe? Give it a default? Oops. That's weird, man. Why is that? Because it could potentially be undefined. Probably, that's why. It's not because of this name clash or anything weird thing like that, right? No. Wait. Wait. There, it's never undefined now. It doesn't make sense. It has a default value. Is that not how you do default values? Huh. Weird. Let me see something. It says button. And what if I get rid of... What if I say ASDF? It says ASDF, and then what if I say nothing here? Let's change that to ASDF. Yeah, So that default value is working. The heck, man? Weird. Guess I'll go read about that, because I'm not really sure. Wait, type? No, I just need type. I don't need this. Or type is an invalid value. What am I doing wrong here? Is it because it has to be one of the three that it doesn't allow a variable to be there? Probably. Like if I did class name test, or we'll do type. Get rid of this temporarily. Change this back. Yeah, no problem. That's why. Even if I do that, it still doesn't like it. Interesting. I could just ignore it. I think I'm just going to ignore it because I know that it's going to be button or something else. Oh, but it could, yeah, it could be something else. I wonder if I did like a check somewhere down here. If it would detect that. If type is equal to, or not equal to, or not, I'll say dot includes type. Let's see if this detects it. I'm just wondering. I doubt it will, but button submit or reset. Then set it to button. Yeah, it doesn't care. Interesting. I'm just gonna ignore it. Type is not, or type is constant, right? Let's just do that. Crazy. Okay. And why am I doing this, by the way? Why don't I just grab this, throw it up there. Const, or let's do let type equals props. That's why. I mean, that's not why, but okay. Let's go back. I get involved in some of the stupidest stuff. Why am I doing this right now? It's totally not towards what I'm trying to do. Let's type equals props. And get rid of this. Alright, so if I do type of, here, we'll do reset so I can clearly see it. This is working. So if I do submit, should be submit. Yep. And if I do blah, it should be reset. Oh, that doesn't work. What? If type is included in button, or type's not included, we'll make it a little bit more clear, equals false. Then type is equal to reset. So it's reset. But yet when it comes down here, it's not reset. The heck? It's that. What's up with that? What's up with that? Seriously. What is this reading from? This? Oh, right. Props.type. So we don't want to change. We could change it. Wait, no. What am I thinking? Let me see something. I'm way confused right now on why this is doing this. So type here is that garbage I typed in. And then I say if it doesn't include, then type equals reset. And if I log out, type, it's always reset. But yet, on the page, it's not reset. How is that possible? How is this possible? It's always taking on that type. Am I looking at the wrong button? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong button. No. Shouldn't matter. Why is it never taking on anything else? Type equals that. This is a confusing message to me as well. Must use destructuring. Oh, I could rename it. Okay. That's fine. Testing something. Alright, so type. This doesn't make any sense, man. I don't get it. This might be time to stop for the night when I'm just totally confused. Doesn't make any sense to me. LA. What about this button back here? Type is reset. So this must not be true. There's something wrong here. This is never running. Or no, I logged B-type and it should be B-type. Should be reset. Oh no, that's for the other one though. I don't know, man. So weird, man. If button submit reset includes the button type, so if it doesn't include, so it works for the other button, but not for this button. So crazy. I give up, dude. I just give up. Don't even understand it. Moving on. It's annoying, but I'm moving on. So they're all buttons now. Oops. Type is LA. Let's get rid of that. Button type seems to work. No, it doesn't. What's interesting though is it just works. Oh my god, I think I figured it out. It's this again. I forgot about this. Somehow I got rid of that and it screwed everything up. Alright. So let's see if that fixed it. If not, I'm just going to move on. Type. And okay. Assignment to constant variable. I need to do this first. Wait, how do I even do this? I need to grab, yeah, I don't want type to be included, so I think I just have to do it twice. Oh, that was crazy. That's gotta be what it was, though. Sometimes I'm pretty stupid. Type as btype. Okay. I have it backwards. Button type is type. Or did I have it backwards? I think we're good. Includes button type. There we go. If button type, then button type equals reset is button type. And I think I'm just going to disable ESLint on this entire file because it's annoying. I think that's how you do it. Don't remember. ESLint dash disable. Just missing a dash. What is this? Are you kidding me? Whatever. Okay. So if includes equals false, button type equals reset. Button type. Okay, cool. Lots of weird stuff going on there. So it's a reset now. Perfect. Okay. And then this button should not be a reset. Actually, it should be a reset because they're all resets. Okay. But if it is a submit, which it should be, then we're good to go. And it is a submit. Perfect. All right. And then we can go to the this, and this should be button, not reset. Cool. Works perfectly. And then these are, this is a button, this is a submit. Perfect. All right. Okay. Got that working. Let's see how it looks one more time. So create. So when you click create, it's going to submit the form, and we want to prevent default on that. Let's see, it's the first step. Perfect. Okay, let's get rid of these. And then we want to serialize the form. All it has is a username. It's a little bit of overkill, but just for learning purposes, let's mess with this. Let's look at the constructor. I'll add some more fields just to mess around with it. Copy it. Copied something else in the meantime. Event dot target, I think. Not really sure. And then console.log form data. Let's see what we get back. Form data, we get nothing. Although it probably has some methods. Entries. So let's call entries on this. What does that return? Probably something that's not going to show in the console. Let's see, an iterator. And then dot next. Let's see what this gives us. What's test? But it does give us this, if I add an F. Test must be like the name of it or something, right? Ah, right, the name. Duh. Let's add another input, test2. Let's see what this does. Test and ASDF. What? Did I not save it? Oh, it didn't refresh. Oh, I just called next, not get all or whatever. Alright. So let's see what the methods are on this thing. Append, no. Delete entries. Get all. Alright, so get all is probably what I want. Yeah, let's just try to get all. How new is this form data thing? Oh. Interesting. It's fairly new. Well, because it's not supported below Internet Explorer 10, but for this project, I don't care. And in general, I don't care. But it looks like most older things support it, which is good. Okay. Oh, whoops. Let's just get all without the extra dot. Failed to execute get all informed data, one argument required, only one present. Okay, let's read about get all. Okay. So yeah, we care about the name property. What is this, by the way? Name of the key you want to retrieve. Alright, let's see. I think that's what that means. No. What does that mean? Test 2? Let's try test. I should read a little bit more before trying this, but that's alright. Let's just see what this gives us. Yeah, ASDF. Okay. So if I had other things with the name test, it would give us all those, I guess. Like different radio buttons. Interesting. What else can we use? I don't really think that get all is appropriate. It is for this, but I guess we'll just use it for this. That's fine. All right. Oops. All right, we're getting the username. We're getting somewhere. No sort of validation at this point. Let's get rid of this extra input. And test it out again. Oops, we did get all. And this is name, should be username. Type ID username. Let's set the ID before. And what else? Looks good, I think. Okay. I think we're good here. Sweet. Alright, we know there's only going to be one username, so we can just do get 0. Alright. So we're going to say if username, then we want to send it to the server, or send it to Firebase, or check if it exists in Firebase database already. If it doesn't, create it and attach it to the user. So first let's do a check if it exists. Check if username exists. Let's make a method for that. That method does not in any way belong in chat. In the chat component, really, at all. So let's move it out. Where should I move it? Auth? Not really auth. Let's just make a folder called Firebase. I don't know. And then this will be index.js. And we'll have a const. Here, we'll do Firestore. Firestore. Throw this in there. Const Firestore equals. We're gonna export this. Export default. Oh no, I know what it should be called. Not Firestore. It should be called user something. Users. Export users as default for now. And this will have properties or methods that you can call for users. One of them will be that one that I just referenced earlier. Check if username exists. Or does. What's a good name for that? Just username exists. Right? I don't know, maybe I can come up with a better name later. Username exists is a method on this object that does some stuff. And username exists. Then let's import it here. Import. Throw this up here. This belongs next to everything. Import. What did I call it? User from Firebase / users. I call it users. As users. Users dot. Actually, I'll leave that capitalized. Username exists, username. And this is actually going to be called now. What's wrong up here? Users. Oh, right. Okay. Alright, let's see if it gets called. Alright, it gets called. Alright. And then it's going to return true or false. For now, I'm going to return Do I need to return the user information otherwise? No. No. I just need to return true or false from this. For now, I'm going to return false. And this will be create user. So this is going to have some sort of, because I don't want, I don't want the client in access to being able to create all kinds of users or usernames. Are they gonna have access to that? That's what I need to dig in, because I'm thinking I could call a function. This is where I can use a Firebase function to send the current user ID to it and then check somehow if that already has a username associated with it, don't create it. Is there a way to do that without the Firebase function? I don't know. I guess it's time to do a little bit of research into the things you can do with Firebase. I mean, Firestore secure data. Let's read through this. What is this? That's the next section. You know what? I'm gonna watch this video. I think this will be helpful. I'm gonna watch this video and take a break. At least temporarily. So let me turn this on.
API key that had full access to your database, it would be a nightmare. Like any malicious user could make any kind of call they wanted to your poor defenseless database. And so to fix this, you'd basically have to go and set up your own intermediary server that would like process each request and then talk to the database while making sure it's only accessing the data that your clients are allowed to see. Well, with security rules, none of that is needed, right? You can run your entire app without ever needing to set up a custom server if you don't want to. And that's why our episode is called Security Rules, like the noun, but also Security Rules, you know, like the verb. Grammar jokes. Wait, where are you going? Come back. Okay, so let's talk security rules. And first, let's talk about what we are not going to talk about. We are not going to cover security rules for requests coming from server libraries, and yes, that also includes cloud functions. And that's because these libraries can get away with a whole lot more. I mean, you're probably not letting any random user in off the street to log into your server. And, you know, if you are, stop it. So server-side apps are generally able to bypass all the security rules that I'm going to be talking about today. If you want to provide security on top of any of these server libraries, those are covered by a completely different system called IAM, as in I am not going to talk about server-level security in this video. All right, so with that out of the way, let's talk about clients and security. Now, the overall philosophy when it comes to securing your database against client requests is really that you should never trust your client to be doing the right thing. I mean, sure, maybe you've written some nice client-side code to perform some validation. Maybe you've even tested it. But all that code is just kind of sitting there on some mobile device or web browser, kind of at the mercy of your user. And it's generally pretty easy for some evildoer to either modify the client request to do something you didn't expect, or create a fake request that looks like it's coming from your
Hey, Rafa. Not sure what you're saying there in chat, but welcome.
app, but isn't really. So we need to protect your data with the assumption that your
Oh.
clients aren't going to be doing
I thought this was like a 5-minute video. It's like a 20-minute video. Well, so be it.
the right thing.
Might not watch it all right now. I gotta go take care of something real quick, but we'll watch it for a minute.
So you can think of security rules as being something like a bouncer at your local nightclub. All these client requests want to go live it up at like cloud database, but your security rules are there at the front door, letting in the database requests that seem cool while rejecting the ones that don't meet the dress code. So let's see how our bouncer does its work. Now, any request coming in is probably going to involve a document, right? You're either reading one, creating one, updating one, or trying to get a bunch of them out of a collection. Cloud Firestore is going to look for a set of security rules that apply to this document. And then it's going to run a set of tests, the rules that you as a developer specify, to determine if this request is allowed. And actually, that's basically all it is, right? Your security rules are going to consist of specifying what specific documents you're securing and then what logic you're using to secure them. So what does that look like in practice? Let's take a look. For starters, from the security rules perspective, all documents fall under the path of database / your database name / documents, followed by the actual path to your document. Meaning that if you have a document at restaurant...
And yeah, I need to keep in mind when I'm watching this, I need to basically prevent someone from just creating unlimited usernames through the client side. I want the user to create one username associated with his account only, and it cannot be the same username as someone else. All right.
Restaurant / Todd's Tacos is going to look like database / your database name /
I'm guessing I'm gonna have to read a lot more than just watching this, which is fine, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get a clue to my answer here.
document / restaurant / Todd's Tacos. And that's generally why when you first see your rules, they're set up to look like this by default. This database thing in curly brackets, it's basically a wildcard that's saying, go ahead and match any database name you encounter here. And when you do, go ahead and assign it to a variable that we're going to call database. And I'll talk more about these wildcards and variables in a minute. Now, you're going to be dealing with a lot of hierarchical data, and writing out full paths for all this data would probably start to get kind of annoying and probably error prone. So Cloud Firestore lets you nest your paths. So almost always you'll see database / database / documents as like your outer level match. But then in our restaurant review app, for instance,
I'm sorry, what was this database thing? I spaced out for a minute.
/ restaurant / Todd's Tacos. And actually, that's basically all it is, right? Your security rules are going to consist of specifying what specific documents you're securing and then what logic you're using to secure them. So what does that look like in practice? Let's take a look. For starters, from the security rules perspective, all documents fall under the path of database / your database name / documents, followed by the actual path to your document. Meaning that if you have a document at restaurant / Todd's Tacos, it's going to look like database / your database name / documents / restaurant /
Oh, database name. Okay.
Todd's
Done.
Tacos. And that's generally why when you first see your rules, they're set up
Let me go look at mine real quick. Rules. Okay. I guess this just is a placeholder for your database name. I don't see the need for this, but maybe there is. Okay, where was I?
to look like this by default. This database thing in curly brackets, it's basically a wildcard that's saying, go ahead and match any database name you encounter here. And when you do, go ahead and assign it to a variable that we're going to call database. And I'll talk more about the
Oh, okay. So it's a wildcard for any database. Since I only have one database, I think we're good, leaving it as is. Right? I wonder what it would look like if you had multiple databases. I don't think I can create multiple for the free tier.
these wildcards and variables in a minute. Now, you're going to be dealing with a lot of hierarchical data, and writing out full paths for all this data would probably start to get kind of annoying and probably error prone. So Cloud Firestore lets you nest your paths. So almost always you'll see database / database / documents as like your outer level match. But then in our restaurant review app, for instance, I could specify the documents in my restaurant collection like this. And then instead of having to specify my restaurant reviews like this with the full path, well, then I could nest them inside my restaurant reviews like so.
That's pretty nice. That's like what is it? SCSS or SAS, kind of.
Remember how in the last episode I talked about how my restaurant might want to have like a private data subcollection? Well, I could add a separate block for that here. Now, the look of these nested rules can be a little misleading because you might think that rules you add at this top level would cascade all the way down to these other subcollections, and that is not the case. Unlike the real-time database, security rules in Cloud Firestore don't really cascade. And in my case, this is probably a good thing. I don't want the same rules at the restaurant level to apply to documents in the private data collection or to my reviews. Incidentally, you might have noticed that I'm specifying documents here throughout.
I don't know if I like that. So the nesting is pretty much only for shorthand. Like they don't cascade. I guess it could be useful. Because if you have to do a bunch of overrides, assuming that's a possibility, then that would be a problem.
Throughout my rules and not collections, and that's basically going to be true for all your security rules. Like if I tried to create a rule like this to secure my restaurants collection, I probably wouldn't want to write it this way. I mean, yes, technically it might work, but it's considered much better form to start with the restaurants collection and then add this wildcard here to basically represent any document that's inside this collection. Oh, hey, that's a good transition. Let's talk a little more about these wildcards. So there are two types you're going to see. The first is this one we've been using, the one in curly brackets, and you're basically going to use this to say, go ahead and match a single path element, either a document or a collection, and stick it into a variable with the name that I've specified here. So within this block here, I'll have a variable called restaurant ID that's going to match the actual document ID of the restaurant document that I am trying to access. And down here, I can still access that restaurant ID variable along with the new review ID variable that equals the document ID of the review. Now, usually I can just access these variables directly like so, but there are a couple of exceptions that you will see later. Now, the second wildcard you're going to be using is a rest of the document path wildcard. It looks almost the same as our first wildcard, except we've got this like equals star star thing afterwards. Now, this wildcard basically says go ahead and match the rest of the path and stick it into this variable here. For example, if I added this line here, it would match every document in my user's collection, but also every document in every sub-collection. Now, one thing you do need to watch out for is if you use this type of wildcard.
Wait, what? Every sub-collection?
Rest of the path and stick it into this variable here. For example, if I added this line here, it would match every document in my user's collection, but also every document in every sub-collection.
Okay.
Now, one thing you do need to watch out for is if you use this type of wildcard, the value will literally be the rest of the document path. So the value of my rest of path variable could be my user ID, but it could also be like my user ID /history ID, depending on where I'm looking in my database. So be careful if you're actually expecting to use this value as just the user ID, it might change.
By the way, so my app is not going to have a bunch of sensitive user data, or it's not going to be that have a huge structure. So I'm just going to create a collection right now. It's called users, and it will be a list. And these will be, whoops. Basically, these will be maps, I guess. User. This should be auto-generated. I don't know. Info. I'm not sure what this is. Name. Test. Yeah. Do I really need this? Oh no, I could just have fields, individual fields. Okay. Let's delete that. So that's what it'll look like. It'll just have documents, auto-generated IDs, I think, and then fields like name and avatar selection, because there will be a subset or a strict set of avatars, and rating at some point. That's pretty much it. Nothing crazy. Because again, authentication is done through Google, so I don't even need a username, password, or anything like that. Where were we? Right here.
Last thing to note is that rules written with these recursive wildcards are ORed in with the rest of your rules, which means in a situation like this, that bottom block won't actually have any effect whatsoever because this action has already been allowed by the recursive block written above. So it turns out two of the most common situations I see where these recursive wildcards are being used is either when developers want to cover a document and all of its subcollections by the same rules, or if they want to temporarily make their database completely open by adding a block like this to the top of the rules. And if you're one of those people who's done that, that's fine for development. Just please make sure you remove it before you ship.
Let me see. I'm pretty sure that's the default. Let's see if I can make sense of this. Yeah. Database documents. And then match document, top level documents, everything, read and write if you're authenticated. Okay. Makes more sense now.
Okay, so we've basically figured out how our metaphorical bouncer is going to read the guest list. How do we now find out whether he's going to let those requests in? Well, you're basically going to need to provide a Boolean value for each specific action. And there are basically 5 actions that you should be concerned with. Get for when a user requests this specific document. List for when a user runs a query that might return this document. Create for creating a brand new document. Delete for deleting it.
So this is the most important to me at the moment, create.
And update for updating a document that already exists. Now these first 2 can and often are combined into a single action called read, and these last 3 can be combined into a single action called write, although I think it's a little more common to see those broken up. Now as for the Boolean values, well, sometimes you'll just be explicitly returning true or false. Like let's say you've got some documents that you've decided, hey, everyone in the world can read them. Well, you can write a rule like this, or even simplify it to this, and voila, they are publicly readable. Or maybe you've got some read-only documents that you don't want any client to be able to modify, then you might add a rule like this. But I'd say most of the time you're probably going to be adding some fancier conditional logic, and you'll probably be making your decision based on one or more of these 3 pieces of data. 1, the data request that's coming in. 2, the document in the database that you're looking to either read or update. Or 3, some other data located in some other part of your database. So let's take a look at these one at a time. Now, I am not going to be able to fit everything you can do with all this data into this video, so I do recommend that you read the documentation on all this, both our guides and also the reference documentation, which, is actually pretty readable as reference documentation goes. So the data request that's coming in is going to be referred to as the request object. It's got a bunch of properties attached to it, but the 2 most common you're going to be looking at are the auth object and the resource object. Let's take a closer look at each of these. So the auth object contains information about the signed-in user, assuming you've authenticated them using Firebase auth. And because it's all been verified server-side, you can generally trust it. So what kind of stuff can you find out? Well, whether they're an actual signed-in user, that's pretty common. Or
I think I used that request.auth is not equal to null. Okay.
or their user ID. That's actually very common too, and we'll be using this a lot in some upcoming examples, so stay tuned. You can also grab some claims made by their auth token, like what the user's email address is, and if that email address has been verified. You can also create your own custom auth claims, which I'll talk about a little later because, it's kind of advanced, so forget I said anything for now. So if I wanted to say, hey, you can read this data, but only if you're signed in, well, I might write a rule like this. And if I wanted to say, I'm only going to make this data readable to people with the google.com email domain, I could do that here. I'm specifying the email domain and also requiring that the email has to be verified by our auth system. And if I wanted to say only Albert can read this data, well, I could add a rule like this, assuming this is Albert's user ID in our system. Now, as for the document you're going to write to the database, it's going to be represented as a request resource object. Now, it's also got a few metadata fields that you might be interested in, but most of the actual content is in the request.resource.data property. This data property represents all the fields of the document that your user is trying to write. It's a dictionary or a map, which means you can access any of the individual fields either directly like this or using brackets notation like this. And so you know how back in video 1 I said that Cloud Firestore was schemaless, meaning you can basically kind of put any kind of data anywhere? Well, you can use security rules to help make it a little more schema full, I guess, by ensuring that certain fields contain certain values by looking at this object. Like, let's say I'm looking at the security rules for creating a new restaurant review. So first off, let's make sure this is under the create action. And then I'll want to say, you know what, let's make sure our score is a number. So I'll do that by making sure request.resource.data.score is a number. This incidentally will also mean that null values are not allowed since null is not a number. While we're at it, we can also add these lines to ensure that it's a value somewhere in between 1 and 5 stars.
So what's resource again? Request resource data. Oh, that's coming in with the request. Right. Okay.
As for the headline, well, maybe we'll want to make sure it's a string, and maybe it's got to contain between somewhere like 2 and 200 characters. We could do the same for the text of the review. You kind of get the idea. Now, these are probably rules I'm enforcing at the client level anyway, but again, when you're talking about security rules, it's best to assume you can't trust the data that's coming in from the client. And then here's the important one. I probably want to say that somebody can only submit a review if the value of the reviewer ID field is the user's actual user ID. Like, you don't want your user to be submitting restaurant reviews on behalf of some other random person, right? That could cause all sorts of trouble. So by adding this rule, I can make sure that you are only allowed to create a review if you list yourself as the official author, and that's verified by Firebase Auth. So nice way to add some simple data validation, right? Okay, let's take a look at the second piece of data you might be dealing with, and that is the resource object. Sounds kind of similar to the request.resource object, right? And it is. The difference is that while this one here represents the document you're trying to write, the plain old resource object represents the document that's already there in the database, either the document you're trying to read in or the one you're going to update. And like the request.resource object, you have a few properties that correspond to some metadata. And then more importantly, you have the .data property, which can be used to access any of the fields within this document. So let's go back to our example. Let's assume we want our users to have the ability to edit restaurant reviews after the fact, which they will do by updating the old review document. So what kind of security rules would we want to add here? Well, like before, we'll want to do some validation to the...
Still haven't figured out a way I can solve my problem of people creating multiple usernames. Alright, I don't know.
The request.resource object, that's the object you're writing, and if seeing all this
basically I need to, when the request is made, check if that person has a user document associated with them, and that has a username. And that's the only thing that they can update. They can only update their own document, and otherwise it'll create one for them. Is there more to it? Yeah, so to be able to play a game, you need a username. To be able to chat, you need a username. To be able to pick an avatar, you need a username. To be able to do anything. So yeah, that's what's going to happen. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be that hard. So you create if a document for you does not already exist, it'll create one. If it does, that's the only one you can update. So that's the real issue, or the real way I need to solve this. I don't think it'll be too difficult.
Redundant code has your programmer reset tingling. Hang on, I'll cover that in a bit. But now there's an important rule we're missing, which is that you can only edit your own restaurant reviews. After all, we can't have you overriding other people's reviews, right? So how would
This is exactly what he's about to talk about, what I need to do.
we enforce that? I think by saying that you can only update an existing document if your user ID is equal to the reviewer ID that's already there in the database. And that's something we can do by looking at the resource object. So I'm going to say here that the signed in user's ID has to be the same as the reviewer ID of the resource. That is the document already in the database.
Okay, allow update. So, no, allow create. resource data dot huh. Alright, gotta keep looking.
Something like this.
Not quite there.
With the resource object, I could also add a rule that says something like, hey, maybe you can't change the score of the review by saying that the value of the request resource has to equal that of the currently existing resource. And this is a pretty common rule that you as a developer might want to set, like marking certain fields as not changeable once they've been created. By the way, you might be wondering, well, gosh, will this still work if like my client app only sends down a new headline? Like, do I have to worry about these other fields being null? And the answer is no. See, my request.resource object represents the document as it might look like in its final form after the rights have been applied. Technically, the team likes to say that request.resource is hydrated, which I suppose is better than my original suggestion of moist. Okay, let's keep going and start looking at document reads. Specifically, I want to look at the difference between getting one individual document and querying a bunch of them. As an example, let's assume reviews can be in two states: draft, meaning the user is still in the middle of writing them, and published, which means they have been published to the world. Well, we probably want to make sure that you can't view any draft reviews unless, like you're the author so that you can finish working on them. So I could add a read rule that looks like this. You can read a review.
And I think I already mentioned it, but he mentioned it at the beginning too. Worst case scenario, I could do this with functions somehow, or yeah, Firebase functions. I don't want my own server. Anyways.
If the state is equal to published, or if the reviewer ID is our signed in user's user ID. Seems straightforward, but I want to talk about this one a little more because I want to clear up one of the ways security rules work. For starters, you can't use security rules to automatically filter out a list of documents for you. For example, I can't say, hey, just give me all restaurant reviews and expect that security rules will automatically filter out the reviews that are in draft mode for me. In fact, really, when it comes to queries, we're validating the query without looking at the underlying data at all. See, when I'm running queries to try to retrieve a bunch of documents, security rules doesn't have the time or bandwidth to analyze each individual document for me. Now, if we want to keep this thing scalable and fast for, billions of documents and billions of users. So instead, it's going to look at my query and try to prove that it would be allowed based on my security rules, no matter what might be in the underlying data. So, for example, saying get all restaurant reviews will return a permission denied error because security rules is looking at this request and saying, well, I could see that there are cases where this request would be denied, even if it turned out that in my particular request, all the restaurant reviews I was trying to query happened to be public. Now, on the other hand, if I change my request to get all restaurant reviews where state equals published, then security rules will be able to analyze my request and determine, yes, there's no way.
I need like a upsert, or is it called upsert? Firebase. I don't think that's what I want. Huh. I don't know if it's possible. Let's see.
Way this request could fail, and then it will return the documents for me. And again, it can do this without having to look at the underlying data. Now, to be clear, this only applies to query types of requests, where you're getting a bunch of documents from a collection. If you're just requesting one specific document, then yes, security rules will take the time and effort to analyze the individual resource you're trying to retrieve. Okay, finally, let's look at the third common chunk of data you're going to be evaluating, and that's arbitrary documents in the database. Now, typically, you'll be accessing these either using the exist function, which checks to see if they exist, or the get function, which will return an object that looks an awful lot like the resource objects we've been dealing with earlier. In fact, just like those objects, the thing you get back from a get call has a data property.
One thing I was thinking that I could do, especially with that exists, is the ID. Where's the ID? The ID would not be auto-generated. It would match up to a user. I could have like a table of matching up their IDs as well. I don't think that's necessary. Or not a table, a collection.
Property that security rules can use to read in any field inside this object. So when would you use this? I think the most common case will be where you want to store a list of users who have access to a specific document within your app. This will be data you're going to want to store somewhere in your database.
Oh, this is exactly what I need, I think.
And then you can look them up later using these security rules. For example, maybe for every restaurant, we have a list of editors, like people who are allowed to edit details about that particular restaurant. And following the advice of our previous video, we stuck it into a private data subcollection, something like this. So let's say I want to establish a rule that says you can only edit a restaurant document if you're listed as an editor inside this private document. Well, here's how we do that. First, I'm going to specify that this applies to documents inside a restaurant's collection.
Actually, I could create a collection separately. I don't know.
Now notice that I can grab the restaurant ID from this wildcard here. So I can pretty easily create a path that points to the restaurant's private data / private document. Actually, maybe this isn't quite as simple as it first looks. There are two little quirks here. First, notice that this path here isn't a string, even though to me it kind of feels like it should be. And because of that, also notice that I got to use this $ parentheses thing for my variable to make sure the get function knows that I mean to use the restaurant ID variable here and not an actual string called restaurant ID. So now, once I've grabbed this document, I can access its fields by looking at the data property. Then I can specify that I am interested in the roles field, and I could say something like, hey, make sure our user ID is listed as an editor by adding something like this. Or maybe I could get fancy and change this to give this ability to multiple roles. So while I generally like this current approach where you have a bunch of different documents or collections that might have a bunch of different users with read or write access, sometimes you might have more global level permissions. Like our restaurant app might have a moderator who can edit all reviews, or a super admin who can edit all restaurant info. For those kinds of global permissions, another option you can consider is creating custom auth claims. These are essentially custom variables that you would set for a specific user using a server-side library or cloud functions. You could then retrieve these values through the request.auth.token object. So like I might write a server call like this that makes me a super admin. Then I could add a security rule here at the top of my documents that says, hey, you know what, super admins, they can read and write anything. Or add this one at the reviews level that says moderators can read or write any review. Now, obviously, these rules are quite powerful and they come with a few restrictions. First, you got to have your user refresh their access token to get these new permissions, which means signing out and signing back in, or I think now they can just wait an hour and get the new permissions. Second, there's a limit to how many of these custom auth claims you can make. And third, you're going to need some kind of server code or a cloud function to write them, which is why I really like using them more as sort of app level permissions and not like, hey, this one specific user can write to this one specific document kind of permissions. If you kind of want to go back to that, use the trick I was talking about earlier with the get call. But these custom auth claims, they are super useful for those kinds of app level permissions without your needing to write a bunch of redundant code. Hey, speaking of redundant code, maybe you've started to notice that my security code, it's starting to look a little messy and it's kind of redundant. Also, it's repeating itself. I'm sorry, only one of you guys is on the list. We're gonna have to kick out 2 of you. Can we? Thank you. Luckily, security rules has a nice way of helping out here, and that's by letting you write custom functions. Now, for the most part, these are just functions that have one single return statement, but they are super helpful, both for avoiding redundant code and for making it clear what you actually want your security rules to do. For example, this is my user a restaurant editor logic is probably something I could see myself reusing in other places, so I can move it to a custom function. Now, if I were to define the function here inside the block where restaurant ID is already defined, I can reference the restaurant ID variable from within the function. If I were to define it outside the block, maybe because I like to keep my functions and matching rules nice and separate, then I need to pass in the variable like this. Which way is better? I don't have a strong preference either way. I guess I kind of like having the functions close to the documents they'll be referring to, so I usually write them this way, but you do whatever you like. Similarly, I can check and see if my request.resource is a full and valid restaurant review with this kind of function. And in fact, I might also consider replacing these lines with functions that describe what they do a little better, something like this. I'm not really saving any lines of code, but when I come back to my security rules 2 months later, I'll have an easier time understanding the point of my code just by looking at these function names. And now that I've done this, I can actually see that I'm missing a rule where I forgot to add my state field to my security rules. Well, now I only need to do that here, and I just do it once. And notice how our sort of complicated update logic is a lot clearer now. So this is looking like a good start. Now, obviously, these rules aren't totally complete yet. I haven't added rules for like creating new restaurant documents or deleting everything. I probably should do that before we ship, but it's a good start. So rules are super powerful, and with custom rule functions, you can add some pretty sophisticated and complex rule sets without things turning into too much of a mess. What are the drawbacks? Well, I think the biggest one right now is testing and debugging these things can be complex, particularly in a production app where if your request is denied, you just don't get any explanation as to why. I mean, that kind of makes sense from a security standpoint, but it's still pretty frustrating from a debugging standpoint. Luckily, Cloud Firestore now comes with a rules simulator that lets you test out any operation against your security rules. So you can add your security rules and then make a number of simulated calls against them, even when they're in draft form. The console will tell you when these calls succeed and what rule allowed them, or when they failed and what rule blocked them. That said, the simulator is still fairly new, and I've run into a few cases where the simulator acts slightly different than the actual underlying rule system. And while the simulator is useful for testing calls during development, it's generally not so great for unit testing. Luckily, hopefully, by the time you see this video, there will also be a Cloud Firestore emulator, which essentially lets you run an instance of Cloud Firestore locally, specifically so that you can run unit tests against all of your security rules and make sure you don't make any changes that accidentally expose data that you hadn't intended. Whew! Well, that was an awfully long video, and I think we made it to the end. We should celebrate. I know, let's go clubbing! Aw, what do you mean sandals aren't part of the dress code? I paid like $12 for these. Fine, you know what? This place is dead anyway. Come on, guys, I know a better place around the corner. As for the rest of you, I'll see you on another exciting edition of Get to Know Cloud Firestore. Hey, wait up!
Alright, didn't get an answer. That's okay. Wasn't expecting one. I do need to take a break for a little bit. And I'll give it a shot. I think maybe for now, instead of restricting, I'll just let them create as many usernames as they want. And then maybe it's easier than I'm thinking, and I'll figure it out from there. Anyways, I'll be back shortly. Alright, I'm back. I took a while because I got some food. Um, and I'm gonna actually mute the mic for a minute while I'm eating, and maybe just watch another video just to have something to watch while I'm eating. And it will be related to Firebase though. So, let's see here. Is there any more videos in here? No. Here, let's just do a YouTube search for it.
Hey everybody, David here.
I'm just gonna look through here.
Would you be quiet? I am working on a video for YouTube.
What's the server-side rendering React from scratch? Yeah, I want to know how to do that actually with Firebase.
Rolling. Hey everybody, kick the thing. Okay, sorry. Hey everyone, welcome to the React episode in the server-side rendering with JavaScript framework series. And React is a really great fit for server-side rendering because it was designed with the virtual DOM. And the virtual DOM is like the DOM in your browser, except it's not in your browser because it's, virtual. And it means it can go anywhere, like on the server. So you can take your same React app and create a virtual version of it, and then render that out to a string, which is just HTML, send that down to the browser. The browser will render that pretty quickly, as we've learned, and then it will create a virtual version on the client. Now, what's really cool is if this virtual version on the client matches up with the HTML we sent down from the server, React will know not to re-render it. And this means that we will have a much faster time to interactive. So let's get started and dive right down into the laptop. So I have my code editor opened up, and I just have my VS Code preferences to make the screen really big in this case. I have my source folder, which I will use to create all of my React code. And I have my package.json, which is full of the dependencies I need for this app. I have isomorphic fetch, which will allow us to request data not only in the browser, but also on the server. And then I also have React, which is the core React library, and React DOM, which is the rendering layer. And below I have all these dev dependencies. And I'm going to be using Babel because I can use new ES 2015 features, and also I can...
Why I'm interested in this, I thought Firebase had like a special way of doing it, but it's just like whatever. So I'm not gonna watch this. More interested in the Firestore.
Would you be quiet?
The Firestore. Yeah, let's watch this.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Oh, look at that. I got a reaction. That's great. I can tell you're the best crowd I'm going to have at this event. Also the only crowd, but still the best. So my name is Todd Kerfelman. Thank you for attending this intro talk on Cloud Firestore data modeling. I am from the Firebase team, as maybe you might have guessed. Hey, Firebase, in case you hadn't heard, is a set of tools and services to help you build more successful mobile and web apps. And we do that with everything from like analytics to A/B testing to performance monitoring to, yes, hosting your app data in the cloud with Cloud Firestore, our massively scalable cloud-hosted NoSQL real-time database. So in the interest of time, I'm kind of skip the product pitch. Because I think if you're here at this session, you generally kind of know that Cloud Firestore is awesome. It's got like reliability and a truly serverless app development environment and magical syncing of your data to all your devices and great offline support and client libraries for iOS, Android, and the web, and much more.
Hey, Frost. Sorry, I'm eating. So I'm just muting the mic and watching this really quick while I eat. I'm almost done, or I'll be done in like a couple minutes.
But we kind of, we'll breeze over that because I know that certainly when I'm first approaching any new technology, something that excites me, like Cloud Firestore, I'm a little bit like our developer here who is apparently working on a food delivery app. I have this mixture of like excitement and fear. Right? Like, I'm super excited to use all these great new shiny features and can't wait to see what I can do with it. But I'm also kind of afraid of messing things up, right? Like, how can I make sure that 6 months down the road, I've made the right decision so that my database can like make the right kind of queries that I want it to, or they haven't done something wrong and messed up the performance as soon as my app starts to scale, or I've done something terrible and I have driven up my database costs exponentially, right? Like, how can I make sure I'm making the right decisions now so that I am not some cautionary tale on Medium later? That's at least generally the feeling I kind of have when I approach a new technology. I'm guessing maybe many of you do as well. I certainly kind of see this sentiment, this like mixture of excitement and fear, like out on Stack Overflow and say on our own discussion lists. And to be fair, there's a lot to kind of think about when it comes to sort of how you're structuring your database. And it'd be kind of scary stuff here. So let's see if we can shine a light on some of these topics. And I think I'm going to start by just kind of reviewing, in case you're new to this, what a NoSQL database is. I think because for a lot of sort of particularly mobile and web developers, this is kind of their first time trying to make like a real production scale app using a NoSQL database. And then we'll get into a few details around how Cloud Firestore is different. So I'm going to assume most of you kind of know what a more typical traditional SQL database is. You've got tables, and each one of these tables represents sort of a strictly defined object, something like an author or a book or a review. And you have schemas that have very strict rules around what kind of data is allowed to appear in each one of these columns. Right? Like, that first column in the authors table probably has to be a string that represents their last name, and the second one needs to be an auto-incrementing integer, and the third one has to be a timestamp, and so on and so forth, right? And then later on, you might want to sort of merge bits and pieces of these different tables together to get some data that you're...
Okay. So I guess the goal right now is literally just to get... That needs some spacing as well, but that's okay. Literally just to get the usernames created and then go from there on restricting multiple usernames from being created by the same person. Okay, so let's do that. I have to read through this again. So just looking at this right here, rules. So this is allowing you to read and write anything, including the users, write to the users. What are the different permissions actually? Okay, there's writing rules. That is like the first thing to know. What are the different permissions? Oh no, that means how do you write rules? Writing conditions. So read, write, create and update and delete. So CRUD CRUD with update basically. So these are more hey Frost. Or thank you for the follow. Not hey. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. So yeah, these are more defined. I think the guy was saying these are right. If they all are grouped into write, and these are both grouped into read. Okay, so let's move on. By the way, how are you doing? You work with Firebase? Let's see. Okay, cool. So I know that, and I have just a general read and write over everything. And what I don't, or what I want, is to first of all match the global chat. You should just be able to create. They should just be able to create they shouldn't be able to update. They shouldn't be able to, they should be able to read and, or get and list and create. So read and create, it should be good. Game Maker Studios, nice, nice. Yeah, I haven't used that, but I'm trying to make a game. Not right now, but in the past, just an Asteroids clone in just HTML5 and Canvas, HTML5 Canvas and JavaScript, or not JavaScript, TypeScript. But I kind of stopped that for now to do this more, you know, web development app focus rather than just like a game. But I definitely want to get back to it because it was really fun and very challenging. I think that is going to take just as much time to do as what I'm planning to do with this, just because of how hard it is, at least in my mind, to make games. Online multiplayer card game, yeah. I mean, so right now it's nothing. Like, it's literally nothing. It's just you can log in with Google only. I don't want people to make usernames. It loads. I need to have a spinner instead of that loading text. And then right now, I'm dealing with creating. You have to, initially, logging in doesn't give you a username. You can just kind of look around. I'm still thinking, why am I even doing that? Why am I even having them log in? I guess so that so they have access. So I don't want just anybody writing to my database, right? Yeah. And then the username is just so you can chat and play and all that. It's kind of a weird flow. It's not normal. Usually you just log in and then you're good to go. And part of the login process is to create a username. Yeah, to save their progress. That's why people log in. Yeah, I mean, exactly, but I'm doing it a little bit differently. Like, when you log in, it doesn't attach account to you but in any way, right? It's just so you can view the stuff inside, which I could have it viewable anyways, even if you don't log in. But yeah, you're right, to save their progress. It's exactly right. But I just have a weird flow going on here. Maybe I'll readjust it, but anyways, so you create a username, so let's get back to that. So they need a create access, update access. I don't want them to have delete access right now. So just create, what were the rules again? They should be allowed to get, list, and create an update on the users table. But the create and update is going to have specific permissions. The get and list, anybody can have that information, because all it's going to contain is your username, your avatar, which avatar you're using, and your rating. Yes, that's it. So there's no big deal. All right, so the only thing they can't do for now is delete. So let's set these up individually, I guess. So let's grab this, copy it. Rules. I've never worked with these rules before, so this is brand new to me. It's a little bit confusing. So we're gonna get rid of this rule. Let me double check. Yes. Gonna get rid of this rule. Actually, I'll keep it there for now. Can you comment rules out? Yes. Okay. Paste this in. Match that up. And now we don't have cities, we have users. And we don't, this will be user. And then we have, is it called users? Here. Let's duplicate this tab and look at it. It's really confusing because it's in a browser. You mean this, do you mean this rule making thing or something else? Because I could do it outside the browser too. Oh, the rule, yeah. I could do it outside the browser as well. I'm not sure if it would be that much better for this, maybe. But if you're talking about not just the editing itself, but just how it works, it's all basically client-side code, and you're protecting it with these rules here. If that's what you mean, I agree. That's a little bit strange. I also see what you can mean if it's the editing the code itself is a little bit weird because I usually do it outside, of course, and for now in VS Code. All right, so we have the users table. What was the other table? Or collection? Global chat. So global chat is going to have some rules as well. Oops. Let's grab this. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that. Okay, and this is going to have the global chat, and it's going to have messages. And we want to allow read, write, so allow read and create only, I think, for that, because you shouldn't be able to edit it. Create only. Right now, I don't want people editing chat messages, maybe never. I don't want people deleting them. So just create, and then read encompasses both of those. So that's good. And this is going to change too, because this is just saying if you're authenticated, you can do it. But I want it to prevent you from, if you haven't created a username, you cannot chat as well. But for now, obviously that's protected on the client side, but it needs to be protected server side as well. All right, so that's good for now. And then users, you can, let's get rid of this. Users, you can, let's just save this and see if it, okay. Users, you can, let's see, everybody can read, that's fine. And then again, you can create, and there's going to be some specificity there. Let's break that on its own line right now. I'm actually going to allow everyone in the world to read, so we can just get rid of this. And I think that's how it works. I think you could say if true or just leave this off. And create if, so there's some rules there. Allow create, and then we want to, can I duplicate this line like VS Code? And maybe not. And what are the other things that a user can do? Authenticated user can do. He can create, he can update, and he cannot delete. Okay. So just update. And for now, we'll do the generic. The generic, yeah. So this is also going to go on its own line as well, because that rule is actually perfect. It's exactly what I need. If you're authenticated, then you could read chat messages. Otherwise, you can't. Like the public, like this, you won't be able to read. And then create rule is going to have to change as well, because it's going to be more than just authenticated. But I'll leave it at that for now. Alright, so I have my rules, basic rules set up. And now let's try to create a user and see what that entails. Okay. So let's go ahead and first of all add data. Oh, I could basically just copy what I have for the chat. The chat create message thing, wherever that is. Here we go. Chat message. And throw it in create user. Handle. What did I have here? Okay. If username. DB collection. Doc set. For now, I'm going to do it in here, but I'm going to move it out to this function later. So I'm just going to leave it in here for testing. Get rid of this. And this is going to be the modal field. Or actually, it's going to come back. Sorry, it's going to be in username, so I don't need this. And then no validation at this time. So you're going to create a doc. You're going to set the username to username. I'll just make this lowercase. Let's see. Let's do it manually. Username. Actually, I think I could have just done this. F2 username. There we go. And then get rid of this. Updated at, I'll leave off for the moment, just because I don't want to deal with it. Don't care about this at the moment, or this. Alright, and then this will be users. Okay. So let's give that a shot and see. You can use Firebase with Visual Studios. So this is Visual Studio Code. So I don't know if that's what you meant. If you mean Visual Studio, like it's like a lot. It's not just a text editor. It's like an entire like IDE suite thing. That I'm not sure how that works with Firebase, but Visual Studio Code, which is what I'm using here, is just a text editor. And you can use Firebase is just a JavaScript. Well, it's not just JavaScript, but it has all kinds of different client libraries. So let me just show you real quick. So add Firebase to an app, we'll say. Actually, this is going to be web. But anyways, you see the point. It has all kinds of different libraries. It has an iOS library, Android library, a Flutter library, a C++ library, Unity library. I'm assuming it has libraries for each of these. And for the server side, it has libraries for Java, Python, Go, C#. So yeah, you can use whatever language you want in any editor you want, basically. There's obviously all kinds of competitors to Firebase out there. The main one would be Amplify, AWS Amplify. You don't need to use any of these things though if you want to just do things from scratch, kind of. One thing nice about Firebase is the Firestore is actually pretty nice. A competitor to that would be like MongoDB, basically, or DynamoDB. All right, so where are we at here? Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice for sure. For free too. I mean, those other services out there that I mentioned have free tiers as well, but this one has the best free tier where actually MongoDB has some pretty nice free tier. But this one it's all integrated in the things I want to do, and this is just for a project for a portfolio, so everything will just work. I don't have to worry about it, hopefully. I don't, hopefully they won't, like I'm not going to run out of my free tier limit or anything like that, at least the way they have it set right now. Alright, so we're just going to set the username field to the username, what they typed in. No validation at this time. Let's try it out. Just see if it works. Test. So this should create a new one, hopefully. It does, and it's test. Okay, so here's the problem, and this is what we need to prevent. I need to prevent this guy that just made this from creating another one. How do I do that? How do I do that? I would probably put his user ID in here, and that is something that or I could make this a user ID, his user ID. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess that would probably be the easiest way to do it. Here's the problem though. The main problem I have is I can create another username, tests, and it's there. I mean, he just creates as many not usernames, but user documents as he wants. What kind of card game do I want to make? So I have an idea for like it's gonna be very simple. I have to admit this project is not to make an amazing game. It's not. It's to practice web development. It's to get a project that I can put in my portfolio to hopefully get hired. But I have two thoughts on what kind of game. I'm either gonna just literally make spades, but it's not gonna be a traditional spades where you have a partner. It's just gonna be a free for all spades kind of game. I'm just gonna remake that, which already exists out there, or something very similar to that, basically. So yeah, I don't know if it's not really like blackjack. It's not really like blackjack. If you ever played spades with your partner, it's like that, but you don't. You try to estimate how many. I think they're called tricks you're gonna take, or bags. I forgot what they're called. And then you try to win them, and then if you go over your estimate, then you lose. You gain bags. If you go under your estimate, you lose points, etc. So I'm either gonna make that, or I'm gonna make something kind of similar, but it's not gonna be anything amazing to play, right? It's not gonna be super fun. I don't think it's just gonna be practice, and I think the game part of it for me in this particular game is gonna be not the most interesting to me. Making a fun game would be very interesting to me, but this is more about making an entire app that you can log in, create a username, have a chat with people, have a rating, stuff like that. More so than making a game, to be honest. But we'll see. Maybe I'll get really into the game and try to have it have all kinds of features and stuff. I don't know. When I do make my Asteroids game, though, Asteroids Clone, that'll be pretty fun. I'm looking forward to getting back into that. Have I thought of some other games to make? I just don't have that much creativity in making games. I don't know. I like playing some games, but I'm just not sure I'm the guy that can come up with the creativity to make a really fun one. I don't know. I guess maybe it takes practice too. But yeah, I already have the game in mind, so I can get rid of all these, by the way. So we'll see what happens. All right. So But yeah, it's not gonna be like what is that game that everybody plays? Not Magic, but what's that other one? The card game with power-ups or whatever. I forget what it's called, but it's not gonna be anything like that where it's gonna be more like kind of a really fun kind of game. Although I've never played it, it'll be more like just a basic traditional card game. Do I stream every day? I wish. I really wish I could stream every day. I'm working on a project right now that I'm getting a freelance project I'm getting paid for, and it's taking up all my time basically. So I don't have that much time to stream. Plus, I have basically a part-time job on the side as well, which is taking up the rest of my time. So I stream whenever I can. Lately, it's been every couple days, but not every day, unfortunately. But if I could, I would. I'd love to. Tomorrow, to be honest, I'm gonna be presenting my progress so far on the freelance project on Friday, so I don't think, and I still have some work to do on that, so I don't think I'll be streaming that much in the next few days, but we'll see. We will see. Maybe tomorrow, not sure yet. Anyways, yeah, you followed, so yeah, you should show up. Hopefully, I'll show up in the list. So yeah, whenever you see me online, you wanna stop by, that'd be cool, man. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, and hopefully see you next time. Absolutely, me too. I really want to figure out these rules, and then I feel better about it. So see what happens. Anyways, I'm gonna stream for another 20, 30 minutes right now, and then or I'm going to work on this 20, 30 minutes and then maybe do a little bit of Svelte and then stop the stream. So have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. All right, here we go. Form data, don't need that right now. Okay. So this is working. How do I prevent anybody from creating another username? Let's see. I'm going to have to dig into the documentation to figure this out, how to do it. I keep switching back to this, but really I'm going to write all my rules here. So I can get this UID. I wish I could just like dig through these things without looking at the documentation. Okay. You know what, let me look at the reference. Where would I find this? Database rules. So rule type read, write. Validate. Oh, what is this? Oh, here we go. I was looking at the wrong thing. Here we go. This is what I want. Request. Hmm. What is this compared to this? It's weird. What a resource. So resource is the Firebase document being read or written. Okay, so that's not actually gonna help. What about request again? Incoming request context. Was there something with exists? exists. Check if a document exists. I think I am going to make it their user ID. I don't see a problem with that. I was just worried that that's going to be like, or can I do that? Well, I need access to their user ID here. But let's just do this. If I put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think that gives that when I insert it. Oops. Yeah, that ID. And then if I try to do it again, what's gonna happen? Just wondering. I'm guessing I'm gonna get an error. Or does it just update it? It updates it. Okay. Okay. That makes sense, actually. Alright. So I'll just use the user ID for the doc. So let's pass that in. Let's grab the context, which is, how do I grab it again? Where was I getting it? In button. What's wrong here? Oh. Okay. Not app. There's too many things open. Where was this? In components? Loading screen. Content. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Not here. Create username form. Huh. I don't remember, but let's just look. React context. I just forgot how to use it in a. Actually, though, it was in. Where was that? Content. I can definitely grab it from there. I need it. And I think actually to use it, I just do static auth, or no, context type equals auth context. Is that right? Alright, let's look it up because I'm not sure. Wait. Static context type equals my context. Okay. And then this dot context is how you refer to it. Okay, cool. So we'll have in here user. Let's see, const user equals this dot context. And I forgot what that looks like, so let's log it out. Actually, I don't even know if it's user. Let's just say const, or let's just log out this dot context for now. It's been a while. Don't know what it comes with. Oh, I need to fix the path here. Okay. So all status reported. User. User ID. Okay. User ID. So this will be, what is this? This back user. And this will be user ID. Okay. And we'll set the username. Is that still working? There we go. Okay, let's delete these other ones. And what is the resource again? This isn't gonna help though. Shit. Is it? I think it might work. Alright, so I need a rule that says create if is equal to is not equal null and request auth.uid is equal to the document ID, whatever that is. Resource ID. Resource.id. Alright, let's give that a shot. Did it work? Okay, now let's try. First of all, let's try deleting and see if I could recreate it. That's a problem. Let me take this off for now and just see if it works the other way that I'm thinking. I did notice this message, by the way, so hopefully that doesn't affect my testing. Alright, so it's in there. And oh dang it, I accidentally closed that. Duplicate. And now if I try to update a username, it will only update it on that document, right? Or no, that's not what I was trying to do. If I try to do this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hopefully it'll give me an error, and we're halfway there. It doesn't. So it prevents you from... Now watch, I think it'll give me an error. No. The heck? So that's definitely not my user ID. So I did that rule completely wrong. Oh, I took it off. Duh. Why did I take that off? And user, no, request user.uid is equal to resource.uid. Or no, .id. Okay. So let's try this. This should give me an error at some point. But it doesn't. At all. Wow. Hopefully that's not because of the rules. Actually, let me try this. Oh, this is the update. Oops. So this should work. So let's try this. Now it should give me an error. There we go. But if I change this back, this should work. No. My ID still get an error. So I didn't do that right. Unless this ID is changing on me, which is possible. I did log it out, didn't I? I don't think it does change. Try it again. Allow update if it's and the user ID is equal to resource ID, which it is. The guy's right, there's no great way to test this. Rose. Firebase. No. Is this what I was looking at? No, Cloud. No, what am I doing? Cloud Firestore, there we go. Conditions. Okay. Okay. Writing conditions. Authentication. That's what I need. Okay. That's pretty simple. Alright. So this will be user, I'll call it user, what did they call it? User ID. Okay, and then now instead of this will be user. We'll do the same for both of these. I think it actually might just work. This would be great. Could basically stop for the night if this works. Well, either way. Alright. So insufficient permissions. Let's try it again. Do I need to refresh this for some weird reason? Firebase. Maybe there's a problem with my and. Let's see. If request auth user ID. Just copy this. We'll do it for update. That's what I'm trying to do. Actually, I'll do it for both. What? I did call it users, right? Let me get rid of this. Okay. There we go. Nice. Okay. And then if I put another document in here. Well, let's just try to create a new document. So I'll test both things, I guess. Hopefully this doesn't create. We'll see. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Sweet. Sweet. Okay, so create an update can have the same rule. I was making a huge deal about that, but it's so easy. Alright. Oops. Get rid of this. Alright, that is pretty nice. Now this, though, is where I might have to check if it already exists. That's a problem. Crap. I know I could do that with a Firebase function, but, yeah. Would it be easy to do otherwise? Okay. So there's needs to be more on creating and updating the needs to be way more fine-grained actually. Anyone could read any of this, but creating and updating can only happen if that and you're updating the username, and if you are updating the username, if the username doesn't exist. I could have just a list of usernames, or a collection of usernames, just separate from this, right? Well, it is getting late. I think I'm gonna stop here, think about that a little bit. But before I stop, I'm gonna get back into Svelte a little bit. I made a little bit of progress anyways, not a ton today, but a little bit. I did restrict you from making unlimited user documents, and you could only update the one that you're associated with, which is good. And literally, if I would have just read the documentation, I could have just gotten this and been good to go, but that's okay. Alright, let me look for a minute if there's a way to check. Allow the user to read data if the document has the visibility field set to public. I need to use some sort of exists. Here we go. When writing data, you may want to compare incoming data to existing data. In this case, if your rule set allows the pending write, if request resource data allow update if, so I'm gonna have this for create for, no, this is gonna be the same rule on both, so it's and using the get Is there a way to say if not exists? What is this? Oh, they do have an emulator. I mean, he was talking about that in the video, but that's cool. It's beta, but... Alright, So I know one thing I could definitely do is just have a collection of usernames that exist, and then check if that exists, then it won't work. I was wondering if I could dig in though a little bit to each of these, although that seems really not performant anyways. Because I don't think you could write like queries here. Incoming requests against other documents in the database. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. Yeah. Without using a function or just a separate I need to use a function or a separate collection that just contains usernames. And yeah. Let me think about it for a minute though, before I jump into that. Plus I need to figure out not exists. Oh, I would just do equals equals false, right? Or I could use not. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I don't see a way. Let me look. Fix insecure. I don't really see a way to dig into the thing. So... crap though. Here's the problem. When you create a username, then oh man, this would be so much easier probably if I just created usernames on sign up or something. I still don't think it'd be that hard actually. So if I have a separate usernames table, then, or I mean collection, then that would have to be created. I mean, that would have to be updated as well. And I don't think there's a way to do that without a function. Maybe I'll do it the other way around. I'll store the user ID in here. And this will be the username. I don't know. Is that a bad idea? Or is that a good idea? No, then I have that other problem. Then I have the other problem. Trying to avoid doing this with functions if I need to. But if I have to, I'll use them. I'm gonna end up using functions anyways to for the game server basically. So it's not a big deal, but I just don't see a way to do it. Let's see, custom functions. Yeah, those are just regular rules. This is all I can do. So on create, it would basically take their username and create a Firestore or add a document to the usernames table. I'm worried about some weird stuff where like someone creates a username or tries to create a user. Well, yeah, well. Actually, no, that's fine. That's fine. So let's see if this works. Actually. Okay, so here, usernames. So let me see something. Add document. What does this mean to add a collection inside of another document? Interesting. I kind of get that actually. Alright, usernames. This is not, I'm not liking how this is turning out, but that's okay. Document ID, some user. It has nothing associated with it. So we can actually just get rid of this. Oops, delete the field. I guess you could associate the user ID with it, but I don't really care. Anyways, user ID is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so yeah, that's cool. Alright, so I'm going to try to create the username SomeUser, or update to the username SomeUser. So let's see if I can do that. Create, update, and how do you do this now? Request.auth. Okay. I'm gonna negate that. What's wrong with this? Oh, never mind. And doesn't exist. Usernames. In insert mode for some reason. Weird. Usernames. And this is going to have to be something. What is it going to be? Request.data, I think. Resource. Here, let me see. Request.resource.data. There we go. .data.username. Right? That's what I'm passing it. Yes. Alright, let's see if this works. So FF doesn't work. Why not? Hmm. Let's try. They don't give an example. I can do probably equals false, but I can't just negate it, or what? So this doesn't seem to work. Let me try equals true or false. Dang, really? It's crazy. What am I doing wrong here? Still not working. What is going on? Oh, shit. That's okay. Okay. And then bring that code back. And false, false. Okay. Okay. And then how about some user? Some user. Yeah, it doesn't work. Some user F works. How about now if I negate this? Because that's what I wanted to do. Okay. And some user. Cool. Assuming that it did propagate, we're good to go. All right. It's kind of a solution. Not really loving it, but so here's the thing. Here's the problem I have with it. If we go back to, oops, click the wrong thing. So if we do something like this, and on create or on update, we wait, let me think about this. Oh yeah, on a create or on update, we take care of the database. So we would actually, I think it's fine, except for on update would be fine, because what we would do is we would first create the or insert the new username into the collection, and then once that is complete for sure, then we would delete the old one. And I actually wouldn't even want to do that. Delete it, because you don't want people taking other people's usernames, acting like they're them. So actually probably wouldn't even delete it. But what about the situation where someone, two people try to create a username at the same time, and I guess that's okay. How would that work? Damn, I hate. It's gotta be a way better solution than what I'm thinking. So it does have atomic transactions, I believe. Or something like that, where I can make sure they both go through, or everything goes through. So if someone tries to make a user, two will try to create a username at the same time. The first one that gets through wins, but I'm worried about that. The function taking longer. So Joe creates a username, Joe. Tim creates a username, Joe. Anyways, another Joe creates, person A creates a username, Joe. Person B creates a username, Joe. And that gets added to their profile, and then the server would say on create, and it would go and add it to the usernames list. And I guess so we have to wait from a response back from the server? Gosh, so weird. It's just so much easier doing it just with the server and not dealing with this client-side stuff, I think. So you make a request to change your username, which updates Firebase. It changes it because there's nothing in the usernames table that matches up for both guys. And then the function runs and it actually adds the username to the usernames list. The other function for the other guy tries to do the same thing. Whichever one was second runs into some sort of error, and then it reverts back his username, which is fine, but how do you notify the user? Wait. Yeah. How does that happen? Whereas if they just made a request to the server first, or the function first, then if they just made a request to the function first, then they would get notification back from the function. Hmm. Just wondering how you notify the user that his username did not actually get created. Just doesn't make sense to me. Especially with this problem. I gotta think about this. I don't know. Something's not adding up right in my mind. Anyways, let's mess with Svelte for a little bit. Maybe. Oh yeah, forgot I could do it in here. Welcome to Svelte. Alright, I already got past this one. Let me change the stream title. Actually, I'll just leave the stream title, it's fine. Not going to be doing this for longer than 15 minutes anyways, so. Okay, we already saw this one. I actually wanted to do it all in here and not in my editor right now. I think this is already built into VS Code. Let's see. If I open a new Svelte file. Svelte. What did I put in here? Oh yeah, something I'll think about doing. Okay. So there are already some extensions. Alright, let's see what they say to do. I guess this is the recommended one by the creator of Svelte. Seems like. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Okay, do it later. Kind of wanted to work within this for now. Okay, reactivity. At the heart of Svelte is a powerful system of reactivity for keeping the DOM in sync with application state. To demonstrate, we'll need to wire it up, or we first need to wire up an event handler. Replace line 9 with this. So it does nothing right now. And replace line 9 with adding the on directive, I guess it's called. Click equals handle click. You're referencing a function here. Okay. And then inside handle click, all you need to do is just change the value of count. Cool. So I'll instruments this assignment with some code that tells it the DOM will need to be updated. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on there. Where does that invalidate? Oh, it gets passed in. A little bit too tired to read into that right now, but cool. So it automatically updates the DOM when your component state changes. Often some parts of the component state need to be computed from other parts, such as full name derived from a first name and last name, and recomputed whenever they change. For these, we have reactive declarations. They look like this. Don't worry, it's valid, which Svelte interprets to mean rerun this code whenever any of the reference values change. Once you get used to it, there's no going back. So let's use doubled in our markup. Of course, you could just write count times 2. Instead, reactive values become particularly valuable when you to reference them multiple times or give values that depend on other reactive values. Okay. So this just changes it to time or times. Okay, so count. Let me try this. Times 2. Alright, and then he said doubled. Count equals 0, so we'll do let's do clicked count doubled is alright. Cool. We're not limited to declaring reactive values. We can also run arbitrary statements. Reactive values. We can also run arbitrary statements reactively. For example, we can log the value of count whenever it changes. Okay. Okay. Let's try that. Okay. You can easily group statements together with a block. Let's just do another log. And then this will be count times 2. And then what about doubled equals wait, what was it again? Oops. Oh yeah, just count times 2, okay. Count times 2 and then doubled. Okay. You can even put the $sign in front of things like if blocks. Okay. Because Svelte reactively is triggered by assignments, using array methods like push and splice won't automatically cause updates. For example, clicking the button doesn't do anything. Huh, okay. I'm I think I'm done for the day. I'm just getting tired, so I'm gonna call it there. It's pretty cool. Learned a couple things. Accomplished a little bit with this. I still have some issues. Again, don't like the current setup where there's a separate collection for usernames. I'm thinking about just doing everything in the Firebase functions to create a username. Yeah, I think that's the route I'm gonna go. One thing I did read about or hear about in a video, I don't remember, was maybe you can't do it with Firestore, but I think it was real-time database. You could take in a user ID or a user. When you call it from a user, it automatically gives it the permissions and restrictions that would normally be for that user, like based on these rules. So that's something I'll look into. If not, I'll have to make sure that everything is sort of secure. Anyways, if anybody's watching, thank you, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.